Hello, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. I am officially live yet again, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most Fridays from 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, usually to around 10 p.m. So it's probably going to be somewhere around 5 hours. So if you're watching live, welcome. If you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Tonight, I will be reading Wolves of the Kala by Stephen King. This is technically the fifth Dark Tower novel, although it's the sixth one that Kat and I are reading because we read one of the prequel books in story order, not in publishing order. This book is a little over 900 pages long, so Kat and I have the hope of being able to finish it by the end of next month, staying on track to be reading one of the Dark Tower books about once every couple months. We are determined to finish the Dark Tower series this year, which I am looking forward to. So really curious about this. We really enjoyed Wizard and Glass and the prequel book that we read. Young Roland is an excellent character. We're now back with the main cast of characters in the present day, if you will. So Kat and I were talking yesterday after we did our book club. Thank you all to who came to that last night. We had a wonderful time. We were chatting for a little bit after the book club, and she was telling me how Major Pettigrew was a 5-star prediction for her. And I said, well, what are you predicting for Wolves of the Kala? And I told her that I think for me, it might end up being a 3-star. If it ends up being higher than that, I will be very happy, because after coming off of like Wizard and Glass, I have very, very high expectations. So that's probably mainly what I'm going to be reading tonight. I might pick up another book because I don't have anything else I'm reading right now, but we shall see. As always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what temperature it is where you live. We're having some very nice, pleasant weather at the moment, which I'm grateful for after like having some pretty severe weather in the area. So hoping where you are is good weather, that you're not having any severe weather around you. And I am currently drinking a bottle of kombucha that is Honeycrisp apple flavored. And I drink kombucha usually about once a day, and I've really been enjoying it. I feel like it's been good for my gut health, and it also satisfies a craving for sugar, even though there's really not much sugar in it. It just, to me, they always taste really sweet, and I like them. I'm not a big soda drinker anyway, but it keeps me from drinking soda or trying to reach for like chocolate or something like that. So yeah, that's good for me. So I like it. Keaton and I had an early dinner. We had some Thai food, and both of us were pretty filled up by that. I might end up having a late night snack later because we ate dinner so early. So we shall see. Might end up seeing me snacking on the stream at some point. But let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight, and I'm going to go over and see who all is here. Rob is here. Hey, Rob. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I'm reading a book. You're reading a book. What book are you reading? Said Keaton, I'll go with Chicken Cacciatore. Hello, Sir Francis. Yes, Sir Francis is here hanging out with us tonight, as always, with his ceremonial bread. And Rob says, Sir Francis with shades. Yeah, I was hoping that you guys would like the new thumbnail that I created. I try to pick seasonal ones or create seasonal themes. And this was the first one that I had made for summer. And I tried to create like a beach theme for him. So I did all of that kind of like from scratch, just taking like little bits and pieces of stuff and trying to get the colors right. And I thought he might look a little ridiculous with his sunglasses, but it's pretty cute. So I'm glad that you like that. And Keaton's here. And Keaton says hi to everyone. Angela's here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex and Sir Francis. I'm back to reading the Unselected Journals of Emma M. Lyon, Volume 3 today. Well, I think that sounds nice, and thank you so much for coming to our book club last night, Angela. It was good to have you. And Angel's here. Hi, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone. Rob is saying hello to Keaton. And Stina's here. Hey, Stina. Hope that you are enjoying Major Pettigrew's Last Stand. Stina popped in last night to let us know that she had started reading it but couldn't stay because, of course, she didn't want the spoilers for the book. It was a fun discussion, Stina, so hopefully you end up really enjoying the story. She says, hello, Alex, Sir Francis, and chat. And Rob says hello to Stina. And Anna's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, hello, everyone. Reading the nonfiction book Nation of Strangers, Rebuilding Home in the 21st Century by I haven't seen that first name before. Is it Essie Tamelkaran? It is a very interesting perspective on immigration. Very nice. And Stina says, I'm going to try to finish How to Kill a Guy in 10 Dates tonight. Has that been fun, Stina? It's got a fun title. Rob says, I'm reading The Renovation by Kenan Oran. Wonderful. And Eleanor is here. Hey, Eleanor. And Eleanor says, hello. I'm reading The Bottoms by Joe R. Lansdale during sprints. Cool. Well, we have a small crowd at the beginning. Everybody's going to kind of funnel in probably a little bit later. People might be getting off of work. I felt very lucky I had today off, which is nice. Had a really long conversation with one of my best friends this morning after like having breakfast and some tea. We called each other and talked for 2.5 hours, which is pretty normal for us when we end up talking to one another. And then did some chores around the house, and Keaton went to the store and picked us up lunch. And today is Barker's birthday. Barker turned 7 today, if you can believe it. That sweet little boy. I can't believe that he's 7 years old, but he got some special treats and snacks and stuff that Keaton calls it Bub Day. So happy Bub Day, the day of Bub's birth. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to taking some time to kind of just chill out and have a good afternoon after doing chores. I have to do more chores tomorrow morning, but that's okay. And Tia says, it's been fun, but very violent. Oh, I would imagine given the title. And Melissa's here. Hey, Melissa. Melissa says, I'll be working on Woodworking by Emily St. James today. Oh, Emily St. James has a new book. Oh, I'm going to have to look that up. I've read 3 of her books. I like her writing. And Anne says, I'm having to read it very slowly. Okay. You're just taking your time. And Rob put a cat in the chat. Cat. Alrighty. I will get our 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will also give you all your first question, which is going to be, you know what, in honor of Rob putting a little cat, I'm going to put the first question is, do you have a favorite breed of dog or cat? There you go. Angela says, had a fun night at the Bookworm Club last night. Happy birthday to Barker. Thank you. And Chris is here. Hey, Chris. Chris was at the chat last night too, Chris. Thank you for coming. And Chris says, hello, Alex. Nice to have 2 streams with you this week. That's super sweet of you. Thank you. It's nice to see you again. And Heidi says, hello, Alex. Hey, Heidi. I read so many good books in the last 2 weeks. That's beautiful. I love hearing that. That makes me happy. I hope that the next book you read ends up also being amazing. And with that, I'm going to wish you all happy reading. You got your question, and kind of let everybody settle in to tonight. Happy Friday. Happy Juneteenth as well. That's why I actually got the holiday off today with my company as we celebrate Juneteenth, which is really awesome. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 20 in Wolves of the Kala. And I'm not even to chapter 1 yet, I don't think. Is this kind of still like the... Yeah, it's still the prologue. I'm already interested in the prologue, though, so that's good. Woohoo. Before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have a favorite breed of dog or cat? I will go first. I have grown up with Jack Russells. So I love Jack Russells. I've never had a dachshund, but I also really love them. I guess I tend to favor smaller dogs, but I love all animals. Like, I love dogs. I've never had a cat. Would totally own a cat. I am amenable to that. After Barker passes away, like, maybe I wouldn't get another dog. I might get a cat. Long hair cats are super cute. I don't know any like specific breeds, unfortunately, really, of cats, other than like, like the hairless kind. I mean, like, I know there's like long hair, short hair, tabby cats, calico, like that kind of thing. But I don't know very many or how to tell most of them apart. And Angela says, Eleanor, Joe R. Lansdale, what a storyteller. Angela, I wanted to ask you, did you ever read like the collection? I know he has like multiple short story collections, but wasn't there one that was like not like a definitive guide, but like a very specific set of his short stories where people like point to that if it's like, hey, if you want to try out Lansdale, like maybe look at this collection of them, because I'm kind of curious with you all bringing his name up so frequently. It's like maybe I should take a look, and people speak very highly of him in like Reddit and stuff too. So sounds pretty interesting. And Heidi says, I am now reading 5 Ways to Forgiveness by Le Guin, the 7th book in her Hainish cycle, but I also plan to read her entire catalog. Awesome. I'm glad you're having so much fun with her writing. And Angela says, Eleanor, sorry. And Heidi says, the book I absolutely devoured this past week was Guy Gavriel Kay's Under Heaven. It is ancient Asian inspired, and it has the most amazing supernatural beginning. Cool. I have not heard of that one, Heidi. How long is that? And Anne says, both of my cats were at one time homeless. Nemo ended up with me at 6 months because his previous owner had too many kittens and her landlord was going to evict her a while. Franklin was 8 and his previous owner passed away. The family was going to put Franklin to sleep. He ended up with me. I am just too soft-hearted. And I replied, that's not too soft-hearted, Anne, just the right amount. And I do believe that. Stina says, I'm especially fond of black cats. Black cats were always my favorite too. I really like them. My friends Dylan and Cody, they have a gray cat named Smokey, and he's a long-haired gray cat. He's really cute too. And Anne says, so in the past year, I have gotten married, adopted a teenager, and 2 cats. I say I now live in a circus. I think that is just a sign of an awesome, interesting life. And that gives you like so many stories and a very full heart, I imagine. So that's beautiful. And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends, and hello to you, Jamie. And Jamie says, no specific favorite breeds, just rescues, although I am really partial to tabby cats. I currently have 3. That's beautiful. Also, I wanted to say, Jamie, thank you again for coming last night to our book club meeting. And Kat's here. Hey, Kat. Kat says, hello, Alex and friends. I just got home from getting a massage and picking up a few things at Target on my way home. Kat, I really need a massage, like super bad. I will tell everybody, I'm being fully transparent. I have not been very good at keeping up with my physical therapy at home now that I'm not going to the office anymore. And I'm having like some of that tightness in my back. I need to go back to doing my physical therapy. I need to go back to regularly lifting weights. But I think one of the things that would help would be if I got a massage and if they could like pop like right in the center of my back in between my shoulder blades. That would be great. I mean, I don't know if they would do that, though. Is that something I would have to go to a chiropractor for? I won't go to a chiropractor. So I hope I could do that in a massage. And Rob says, dog, black lab, cat, Russian blue. I'll have to look up what a Russian blue is, Rob. And Talkana's here. Hey, Talkana. Talkana says, the stuffed animal kind are my favorite cats and dogs. A plushie. You want a plushie? It also says, hello. And Kat says, my favorite dog breed is a German Shepherd. As for cats, I prefer short hair cats and love black cats and the tuxedo cats. Cats are my favorite. I love that. So cute. I love that you have a cat named Poir. I just think it's such an interesting name for a cat. And of course, you have Ice Cream Bar too, who's, more of an exotic pet as well. I guess that might be a fun question to ask sometime is like, if you had to have an exotic pet, like what, you know what? I'm going to make that a question. Hold, please. Hold, please. Let's see. There we go. Thank you all for holding out for me here. And I wanted to say that German Shepherds, I don't think I said this already, German Shepherds are Keaton's favorite breed of dog. So he tends to like the bigger dogs, and I like the smaller dogs. He wasn't sure about Barker when we first got together, like kind of what to think about him. But let me tell you right now, Barker has Keaton eating out of his little paw. It's so sweet. All the toys and snacks and stuff that he got for Barker for his birthday today. It was like, oh. I even looked at Keaton. I was like, you like bought a lot. Like you spent a pretty penny on that stuff. And he looked at me. He goes, I budgeted for it because I knew it was his birthday. Just super sweet. Kat says that's for Talcana. And Angela says, I grew up with a lot of sweet beagles on the farm. Oh, beagles. They're little howls. So I have a very soft spot in my heart for them. However, along came two little miniature pincers that made my heart grow even bigger. That's so sweet. Christina says, got to 32% in How to Kill a Guy in 10 Dates. Great job. And Zach's here. Hey, Zach. Zach says, I don't have a favorite dog breed, but my favorite dog I ever had was a yellow and white Canaan. Is that how you pronounce it? Canaan dog. She looks like a fox and her name was Foxy. Oh, my dad and his wife, Sandy, they have a dog. I can't remember if he's part Shiba Inu. He looks like he's part Shiba Inu, but I think that was a trick because they did a DNA test and I don't think he was actually that. He's a mix of a lot of other things. But his name is Foxtrot, and he's got that little foxy face, and I love him. And Brianna's here, and Brianna says, dog pugs. One of my coworkers, who's a good friend of mine, has exclusively pugs, and they're very, very cute. And Heidi says, any chance you pick up Christopher Buehlman soon? Yes, I will probably not be reading that while also reading Wolves of the Kala, but I promised you, Heidi, I would read it this year. So I will be picking him up in the near future. And Kat says, if I read, I will be reading The Ending Writes Itself by Evelyn Clark. At the moment, I'm munching on pork cracklins. I like that. A pork cracklins, is that the same thing as like a pork rind? Is you just call them a different thing, or is a pork cracklin something else? And Heidi says, Under Heaven was around 600 pages. And Hillary's here. Hey, Hillary. Hillary says, I love huskies, but my first and only dog was a miniature pincer. He was the best. We had 2 miniature pincers, you and Angela. That's awesome. Melissa says, read 24 pages from woodworking. Great job. Oh, that was what I meant to look up, because you said that was Emily St. James. Woodworking Emily. If I can frickin' type Emily St. James. There we go. I have it loaded so I can take a look at that here in a minute. Angela says, I've heard of High Cotton as one of his best short story collections. Okay, I did see that one mentioned on Reddit too. I may have it, but haven't read it yet. All 42 books were inherited from my little brother. Oh, that's sweet that you have such a big collection from him. And Hillary says, I just got here and started Elantris. I'm at 8%. Jamie says, you're welcome. I really enjoyed the discussion last night. Thank you. We enjoyed it too. Jamie says, oh, happy birthday, Barker. Yeah, he's 7. And Anne says, 2 of them are gray tabby, and the third one is a long hair white one with pink eyes. Oh, pink eyes. Does that mean a sign of albinism? And Talcana says, I'm sad I missed yesterday's book club. I completely forgot about it and watched a show with hubby. Oh, that's okay. I mean, if you end up feeling like it, you can go on Kat's channel and watch the playback of it. We had a good time. And Kat says, Andrew took Poir with him when he moved out. The nerve. In all fairness, he is Poir's papa, but I get to snuggle with Nene, my oldest son's black cat. I do love Ice Cream Bar. And Zach says it's pronounced Canaan. Canaan or Canaan. They're no, that would be Anne, right? Like the name Anne. So Canaan. They're Middle Eastern shepherd dogs named after the Canaanites in the Bible. Oh, okay. I got you. That makes sense. And Angela says, last year I read the drive-in trilogy, Oh Melantra, sci-fi, dark horror, fantasy, southern gothic, and dark humor. It was a very wild ride. I think you'd love it. My Melantra. Read the so that's okay, so that's the drive-in is the name of the trilogy, and Melantra is a single book in that trilogy, or it's a separate book. I'm guessing it's a separate book. Talcana says, we'll continue reading Old Man's War in the next sprint, I think. Oh, good. That's awesome. And that's one of the series I'm interested in reading at some point because I've enjoyed that author. And Kat says, and of course, my two lady dogs are sweet, and I do still miss my Tootie. I am an animal lover. I know you are, Kat. That's one of the things I love about you. I feel like it says a lot about people when they love their animals, and you take such good care of them. And I know that you'll grieve Tootie for a while, and that is perfectly right. And Zach says they also were feral for a couple centuries and were relatively recently re-domesticated. Oh, wow. And Anne says it's a sign that she thinks she is a queen. Her name is Queenie. Gad says pork cracklings are not as fluffy as pork rinds. They are fried out pork fat with attached skin. Sounds gross, but they're yummy. I would try them. Angela says, yes, the drive-in Melantra is oh, wait, isn't it Mylanta? Oh, why was I thinking there was an R in that? Okay. Sorry. I was misreading it, and for some reason I thought there was an R. I am familiar with the phrase Mylanta. I don't think I have ever seen anybody write it out. Mylanta. So yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Angela. I look so silly. No, yeah, it's like a my gosh, Mylanta. I got you. And Chris says, I find being an animal lover too difficult. Grieving them is so difficult, and a lot of people don't understand. I suffer from that all the time of like I grieve other people's animals. Like if I'm online and somebody who I've never seen before is talking about like their dog that's like their last day with their dog or something, I bawl every time. I have donated so much money to various animal charities. I mean, like that's my thing. I donate every single month to like the welfare and protection of animals, both wild and domesticated. And so I completely understand where you're coming from. I feel very deeply. And Zach says, I had a yellow cat named Morris that absolutely loved park rides. Oh, well, he didn't get them very often. That's so cute. Nan says, Cat, are they similar to chitlins? Chitlins. I've heard of that too. Maybe they are. Guess Cat will tell us. And I will go ahead and get our next question up. And because we're talking about animals, I did write that next question up. I'm going to ask you all, if you had an exotic pet, what kind would it be? An exotic pet, what kind would it be? And Cat goes, hell no, Anne. And Zach says he was named after the cat in the Meow Mix commercials in the 90s. Oh, I love that so much. So cute. Yeah, maybe one day I will have a cat. I would be amenable to that. When I was a kid, I wanted a snake. I thought they were really cool, like the little ribbon snakes. They were awesome. Alrighty. I got another 45 minutes up on the clock with you all. I'm going to go back into the Wolves of the Kala and wish you all very happy reading. I'll see you soon. Bye. I got visited by the birthday boy. There he goes. He wanted some attention. I was trying to get him to jump up in my lap and he wouldn't. I got to page 41 in Wolves of the Kala, and I actually just texted Kat. So, Kat, if you're still on, because there is a tie-in to Salem's Lot in this book. That, of course, I didn't know about because I don't know anything about the story. But I was kind of surprised. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, if you had to have an exotic pet, what kind would it be? And Angela said, I had my miniature pincers cremated. Yeah, both of my dogs have been cremated, and Barker will be too. And Jamie says, all my past cats are cremated. And Anne says, I had enough four-legged pets and two-legged pets, or have enough four-legged pets and two-legged pets in my house. And Stina says, I would feel too weird about having an exotic pet, and I would probably not be that great at taking care of one. I've watched too many videos of vets treating vitamin deficient reptiles. Yeah, I've been hearing more about that too. Like, people have been bringing attention to the fact that a lot of people will get animals that they don't really know how to take care of, and then they end up getting really sick, which I find extremely sad, because I cannot imagine getting an animal and then not doing, before getting the animal, doing extensive research into the kind of care that they would need before just deciding willy-nilly, oh yeah, I'm going to go buy a tank and put some geckos in it. I don't know. And Stina says, but geckos are so cute. They are really cute. When I was growing up, one of my best friends had a gecko named Pascal. And Angela said, I had 6 African pygmy hedgehogs over the course of about 12 years. I do love jumping spiders and mantises too many to count. Yeah, little hedgehogs, that's so cute. And Stina says, I thought Morris was 9 lives. And Kat says, ferrets, they're my second favorite animal. We had 2 ferrets, Zig and Zach. Isn't that sweet? They were adorable. Snakes are pretty cool as well. Ice Cream Bar is a sweet boy. He turns 5 years old in July. Wow. Yeah, I think I would probably end up having a little ribbon snake that eats minnows or something. And Mary says, hello, folks. I'm reading The Woman in White on page 30. Slow but interesting read. Good. Good to see you too, Mary. And Jamie says, in a completely hypothetical situation, I would love to have a cougar. They're the most beautiful animals on earth. My daughter and I have a running joke. If she finds out I've been killed by a cougar, she knows my last words were, here, kitty, kitty. Yeah, I know that's how a lot of people end up getting hurt by the bison at Yellowstone too, right? It's oh, just a big sweet animal, and then they hurt you, maim you, kill you. And Kat says, oh yeah, Jamie, a big cat would be cool. And Jamie says, in the real world and in most cases, I don't believe people should have exotic pets. They should be left in the wild. Yeah, I did kind of wonder when I put this up, because in my head, when I was thinking exotic pet, I imagine my view of that is probably very different than other people, in that I think of a parakeet, a snake, a iguana, that kind of thing, as being an exotic pet, not the kind that are illegally trafficked, the issue that they had with the sloths that were being stolen, or I think in some states, I guess you're allowed to have otters, and some people have skunks and stuff. I think there's certain ones that I'm okay, that could be reasonable, but there's other ones I'd be absolutely not. What the hell are you talking about? No human. I mean, you could, there's a bigger debate to be had about whether or not humans should own animals anyway. But yeah, I guess I was thinking more in terms of traditional, exotic pets that you would get at the pet store, not a mountain lion. Okay. And all I can think of is I never finished Archer. I need to go back and finish it, but I watched a lot of Archer when I was in college, and the ocelot that they have. And Eleanor says, Angela, I've only read one short story by Lansdale for Zombie-thon and now reading a full-length book. It's really great so far. That's so cool. Perhaps as exotic pet, I'll go with capybara or a kook. Is it a kuka? Koka? I've never heard of a kuka. I don't know what kind of animal that is. I gotta look it up now. One second. Oh, I have seen them. Okay. Yeah, these sweet little guys, I have absolutely seen them before. Adorable. Angela says, "Oh, Alex, I do have Wet Juju by Joe R. Lansdale. It's a collection of short stories too. It's close to 800 pages, and I'll be reading it soon. Hopefully, extremely creepy. I hear Wet Juju. Like what a title." And Angela, let me know how you like that one. Okay, please. And Angela says, Eleanor, happy to hear you're enjoying Joe's stories. He's quite a character himself. I've watched and read quite a few interviews that he's done. Tokana says, I've always wanted a bearded dragon or a snake. Hubby is not a fan of reptiles, though. He said, I read for 3 whole minutes, spent the rest talking to hubby and doom scrolling. Oh, bless your heart. Well, I'm talking to your husband. That's great. Doom scrolling, I want to wave my fingers and encourage you to not do that anymore. Not tonight, or maybe at least during the next sprint. That way you can kind of like break that cycle. And Sherry's here. Hi, Sherry. Sherry says, hey, reading, listening to Score by Kennedy Ryan and cleaning up TBR because it's out of control. Well, good job. That's awesome. Kat says, I did not read, but I did vacuum and planning my week next week. Great job. Jamie says, Zig and Zag, what great ferret names. I completely agree. Zach says, if I had an exotic pet, I'd get a fox or a coyote. I like other animals, but I do like canids best. Foxes are adorable. Kat says, thanks, Jamie. Andrew named them. Jamie says, Archer and the Ocelot. That was so funny. And Angela says, research, and more research before acquiring an exotic pet of any kind. Otherwise, you will most likely contribute to the animal's death. That and potentially contributing to illegal animal trafficking, which is also terrible. Stina says, I got this 43% in How to Kill a Guy in 10 Dates. Great job. You're like burning through that. Kat says, capybaras and kukas are cute, Rob. And Zach says, I don't know. My family named Morris. No, my family named Morris and always said it was for Meow Mix commercials. He was born when I was 1 or 2 years old, so I don't know. Morris is a cute name. Quokka. Oh, Quokka. Okay. Quokka. Rob says, a cat, I'd need a huge yard. And Jamie says, ate lunch and started Welcome to Night Vale. Oh, you're going to be reading that? That's so cool, Jamie. I've heard a lot of really cool things about it. Haven't read it myself, but it's quite the sensation as a podcast as well, if I'm not mistaken. And Kat says, I really want all the animals, hedgehogs, chinchillas, and codimundis. Is that how it's pronounced? Codimundis are also on my list of fun animals. Rob says, or Kat says 100% Rob. Well, thank you all. That was fun. And I will give you all your last, or not the last question of the evening, but my last, like, kind of different random question. And that is going to be, would you rather live in a house full of dolls or have a spider in every corner? So some person would probably be triggered by this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And Kat says, Jamie, I love Welcome to Night Vale. Kat, have you read all of them or did you only read that one? Jamie says, Morris the cat was from 9 Lives commercials back in the 70s. Oh, okay, cool. Wonderful. And I see some answers coming in, so I will go ahead and get the next 45 minutes up on the clock. I think I'm going to get up just to stretch my legs for a second and then come back and continue reading. So I will see you all in a little bit. Very happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 59 in Wolves of the Kala. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather live in a house full of dolls or have a spider in every corner? And Stina says, dolls! Not even a question. Angela says, oh, the horrors of Joe Exotic. And Jamie says, oh, good, Kat, glad to hear. And Kat says, no, just the first one. I also love the podcast. So weird, but wonderfully weird. Jamie says, yes, Angela. And Stina says, I've already lived in houses with spiders in every corner. And Jamie says, I'll take the spiders. Dolls are creepy, and at least spiders serve a purpose. I would also pick the spiders because I already don't kick spiders out of my house when I find them. I like them a lot, and I don't want to hurt them. Kat says, I'm not a fan of dolls, and we have plenty of spiders out here in the country, so I'm going with a spider in every corner. I much prefer them over the hideous cockroach. Absolutely. And Anne says, I'll take the dolls as long as they're not clowns. Okay, so there's a caveat. And Angela says, dolls, unless they're really creepy. I've been appreciating the beautiful artistry and handmade voodoo dolls lately. I love the bright colors and fabrics used to create them. They were originally used for medicine too, voodoo dolls. So that's very fun. And Kirsten's here. Hey, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, I just woke up from a nap, but I'm here now. Well, it's good to see you. Zach says, I don't mind either, but I guess I'll go for the spiders so I won't have to worry about any other bugs. There you go. And Kirsten says, if I had an exotic pet, it would have to be something from a rescue organization, maybe rats from a rat rescue. Oh, yeah, rats are really great pets. They're supposed to be very smart and sweet, plus they look cute in a tutu for pictures, yes. The sad part about rats is I think they only live to be like 3 or 4 years old. Maybe they live slightly longer than that, but their lives are pretty short overall, so that can be quite sad. And I know that they're also prone to getting cancer, so I feel like having a rat would be like very rewarding because they are super sweet pets and they are incredibly intelligent, but it also could be extremely heartbreaking. And Zach says, that's good to know about Morris. My family isn't exactly bright or detail oriented, so it's not surprising they got it wrong. Morris always makes me think of Chloe's husband on the show 24. And Rob says, I'll go with dolls rather than 50 spiders. And Sherry says, you know a book is going to be 10 out of 10 when it makes you cry. Read 6 more chapters and score. I agree. I love it when a book can make me cry. And Kirsten says, I guess a spider in every corner. I think they help eliminate other bugs. They do. Kat says, they do, Kirsten. And Telkana says, read 29 pages. Very well done. Excellent. I'm most of the way through my kombucha now. I'm getting all them health benefits. I might burp on camera. I'm trying not to. Stina says 56% on how to kill a guy in 10 dates. I mean, seriously, you're like burning through that book. Over halfway done. Good job. And Sherry says, give me the dolls. Hello, Barbie. There you go. Yeah, it could be any kind of doll. I didn't specify what kind. But I'm not thinking about plushies. I think that's the only caveat is it's not like, it can't be like a stuffed like little friend like this. It has to be like some sort of like figurine doll. And Kat says, clowns are also hideous. We've got 2 that say no on clowns. Kat says, I do have a voodoo doll, but I don't find it creepy. Well, it wasn't originally meant to be creepy. You know, it was meant to help, heal you of ailments, not like some sort of curse where like you stab it and it hurts you. I think that was like something that white people invented. That was not the original intention of the doll. And Angela says, Morris made me fall in love with orange tabbies. Aw. And Stina says, the spiders in my corners are mostly brown recluses and black widows. Oh, well, okay, that's fair. That you would not want those in your house. I wouldn't want those in my house either. And Talkana says, I feel like both dolls and spiders would make dusting difficult. I'm imagining the dolls from Magical Midlife Madness, and I still can't decide. I don't know anything about the dolls from Magical Midlife Madness. And Kat says, like hamsters, they do not live long enough. I had a teddy bear hamster named Charlie, and he only lived a couple of years. That would be so sad. And Jamie says, couldn't read my physical book because Major Tom decided he needed to nap on my chest. Switched to my audio book, California Golden. It's wonderful to be loved by our pets, even when they want to get in the way of us doing our hobbies. Barker does that to me all the time when he doesn't want me on my laptop, which I put on my lap. He'll like get right in the middle of it. Telkana says, Eep, if we're talking brown recluses, then 100% the dolls. I mean, I guess it would depend on where you live. I fortunately don't. I honestly, I've probably had a brown recluse in my house and didn't know it, but I can tell you that the majority of the spiders that I've seen are completely harmless. So that's why they don't bother me. If I saw a black widow, I'd be pretty freaked out. But not even no, mostly for myself, but like I wouldn't want Barker to go after it. He doesn't really care about spiders, which I'm grateful for. Ash did. Ash wanted to eat them, which used to freak me out because I was worried. Like, I was like, if she eats them and like there's toxins in them, can it like poison her from her eating it and stuff like that? And I was just, Barker doesn't do that. And I'm very grateful. Zach says, I'm reading the Iron Garden Sutra by A.D. Sui, which is a sci-fi horror about a monk that performs death rites in space on an old ship that plants have almost taken over completely. Zach, you'll have to let me know how that one goes because I like sci-fi horror, and that sounds like fun. A monk performing death rites in space on an old ship. That sounds good. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for answering that question. And it is now the part of the evening when I do the last two questions. So, the next question I'm going to ask, which is the last 45-minute sprint before we get to the final question, which is a 30-minute sprint, is we're going to do what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting. Key here is it just needs to be interesting to you, doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. If you write something that is very hard to pronounce, I will do my damnedest, but just know I will probably get it wrong. And the other thing is, even if I have no idea what you're talking about, I like learning new things and I like people to be excited about the things they learn, which is why I ask this question every week. So hopefully, if you've been here and you've been doing this every week, you wrote something down. If you didn't, that's okay. There's plenty of interesting facts on the internet. You can go grab one really fast. It can also be something you learned about yourself. It doesn't have to be like something you learned about the rest of the world, just whatever you want it to be. And Delgana says, I know I've had the brown recluses, though I think it was from outside, and I had the hole in my leg to prove it. No fun. No. Like you still have a hole in your leg? Like there's like a divot from the venom. That is horrifying. I know that brown recluse bites are awful. Just so awful. I've been very fortunate. I've never had one. All right, everybody, we've got another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm messaging with some people right now, so I'll probably wrap up with that and then try to go back to my book. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I actually didn't get any reading done during that last sprint. I was chatting with Keaton, and then I was texting with my dad, trying to see what we're going to end up doing for Father's Day weekend, because he's actually coming to visit me this weekend and he's spending the night here. And so we were just kind of going back and forth on ideas of what we can do tomorrow, because that's the kind of like the bigger day to spend together before he has to go back home on Sunday. So that's why I went off camera for a little bit, as I was just chatting with Keaton and I was very animated, and Keaton looked at me and he's like, they won't know like what you're talking about, so like you could turn your camera off if you want. I was like, oh yeah, good point. So I could like sit and like turn and I was like talking to him and not look like a weirdo. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And Anne says, I have a friend who has clowns everywhere in her apartment. Is very creepy. Oh, that's a very rare thing, to have somebody who genuinely likes clowns. I don't know that I know anyone who does. I have people in my life who adamantly talk about how much they despise clowns, but not how much they like clowns. And Stina says, I learned that the little ridges on the edges of incisors are called mamelons, and still having them at my age is very unusual. Oh, what is unusual about it? Is it usually that like you wear them away over time when you eat, just like, you know, you use them and so you don't get to keep like the little like divots and stuff? I don't know. Talcana says there's a divot. Yeah, and I was bit when I was like 10 or 12. Oh my gosh, and you still have the divot from the bite mark from the brown recluse. That is absolutely crazy. And Rob says the opening scene in Apocalypse Now with Martin Sheen was real. His was having a he was having a mental breakdown and punching the mirror. That was his blood because he cut his thumb badly. Really? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. I've never seen Apocalypse Now. And Anne says, I learned that President Lyndon B. Johnson never spoke to Queen Elizabeth because he was jealous of the relationship between her and President Kennedy. Really? Oh my gosh. That's actually pathetic. That's crazy. Gerson says, the last book I was reading mentioned a song and artist I had previously never heard of, and the song is Shake the Frost by Tyler Childers. I like getting introduced to new music. I have also had books before that like mention an artist or a movie or something that I don't know about, and then I'm like, oh, I'm kind of interested in that thing, or they mention other books, assuming, of course, that the books that they talk about are real. And then Alicia is here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. And to you as well. Just joining, finished up dinner, barbecue, chicken pizza. Oh, that sounds good. And visited with family. We got one bookcase into the library. Yay for progress. Good for you. Congratulations. That's awesome. And Angela says, I found two new interesting YouTube channels with AI generated music. They offer psychedelic swamp rock and Southern Gothic doom blues. Both of those are a combination of words. I mean, like Southern Gothic, sure, and maybe like psychedelic rock, but specifically psychedelic swamp rock and Southern Gothic doom blues is the part that I'm very interested in. And Jamie says a single cat whisker has a lifespan of 2 to 4 weeks before it sheds and a new one takes its place. I checked because Gracie currently has one that curves up and she reminds me of Salvador Dali. That's adorable. Got a little twirly mustache. Angela says Stoner Desert Echoes and Cosmic Sand Grooves are their names. And Eleanor said, thanks for sprints, Alex. I did more reading and now watching the World Cup with the family. See you next week. I have not watched any of the World Cup. I probably won't. I never have before, but I've been hearing a lot of interesting stories about like the bars that ran out of beer, because I think it was the Scots, like the Scottish guys came and like drank everything that there was in the bar, and the stories of people who went and like cleaned up, I think like neighboring parks and stuff, which I thought was really nice. You know, going a place and leaving it better than you found it is really awesome. And Kat says, I ate dinner, grilled steak, and baked potatoes, showered, and now Barry and I are watching an episode of Resident Alien. Wonderful. Jamie says, I continued with my audiobook and made it to 34%. Great job. And Talcana says, doom scrolled, a much needed brain break after a long, though good work week. Just as long as, like, when you're done doom scrolling, as the name implies, that you're not feeling worse off than you did before. That's the important thing. If you're watching things that make you happy, that's great. If you feel worse or more anxious or more depressed, please take a break. And Stina says, yeah, they wear down. I guess I don't use my front teeth much. That's so interesting. Estina, ours are probably the exact opposite because I didn't know for many, many years that I was grinding my teeth, and I wear a mouth guard at night now, but I can tell, like, if I fall asleep or I forget to put it in, that, like, my teeth, my jaw overall does not feel very good. And if you were to look at my front teeth, like, it's actually like shiny smooth for my bottom teeth, like grinding against them at night for so many years, and like they're a lot thinner than a lot of people's teeth. Like, I'm very fortunate. I've never had a cavity. Like, I'm very lucky in that way. And I hope that I never do. I don't think that my luck is ever going to hold out for that, because, like, who can go their entire life without having like any dental problems? I don't know if anybody's done that before. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I get worried about it because I was doing it for so long that I feel like those are probably the weakest parts of my mouth, or the ones where I ground my teeth. And it's like, well, something bad's going to happen. It's probably going to be there. Alicia says, I played a round of Mario Kart with the kids and then worked on my reading journal while they practiced more. LOL. That's great. That's so cool. And I love that you play Mario Kart with your kids. Stina says, hit the 2/3 mark in my book. You go, Stina. You just might finish that in one day. Just like, bam, pound out a book one day. That's wonderful. I'm trying to think of like something interesting that I learned. I can more think of like interesting things that I did. Actually, in the time since I saw you all, I don't think you'd seen me since I hired my food truck. So I learned something about like hiring a food truck is you have to be very you have to make sure that like the food truck people really are on the ball about how many people they can serve in a set period of time, because I hired this one company and I'd never hired a food truck before. It was for work, and they said that they could serve 300 people in 2 hours. Well, we had way less than that. We were going to have like 100 people. So they were very confident, like, oh yeah, no problem. We had the hottest day of the year so far. It was a real feel of 100, and they had no AC in the truck. And so there were 3 women. One of them actually ended up getting heat exhaustion and had to leave. And she was like, I mean, acting strangely and everything, like she had to get out of there. I felt so bad. And we gave her like ice packs and stuff to like try to help her cool down. But it took them 2 hours to serve the full 92 people. And that was like the biggest feedback that I got. Other than people had a good time. I mean, like overwhelmingly people were positive. But, you know, some were like, well, maybe we could get 2 food trucks, you know, so that the line moves faster. And I'm like, I don't like, that wasn't supposed to happen. So now I have to consider how I would do that, because like for budgetary reasons, that's even harder. So I mean, I learned some of the logistical difficulties of having a food truck, which was, yeah. So if you ever want to hire one, you can come and talk to me about that, and I'll let you know how it goes, assuming that I get more experience with it, of course. And Stina says, my mom lived to 81 and never had a cavity. Good for her. That's what I aspire to. That's my dream. No drilling in my mouth. That is my hope. And Alicia says, my husband is the same way. He got his first cavity last year and he's 43. Well, that's good for him. You know what? It's a long time, long streak to have. Rob says, how was the show you and Keaton went to? Oh yeah, the magic show. Okay, hang on. I have a prop. I have a prop I got to take home. Keaton's laughing because he hears me from the other room. He's watching me. So I'll try to go through this very quickly. So we were at the show and everybody got to participate because it was actually a really small crowd. They only had like half the number of people that they typically do, which I and Keaton both, like, we're both very comfortable with audience participation. We're not shy people by any means. And so in the last act of the evening, it took 3 people from the audience to be able to do it. And so they had 3 different boxes that were out there, and they called on the first 2 people and said, "Hey, you get to pick a box from these 3." And I was the third person, so I didn't get to pick my box. And they called them up and they had them do these different things that were like, completely random, like, pick a number or stop a timer and whatever. And what was really funny was the first lady, she had a means by which she picked a number, and it corresponded to a page in the book, and it was a book full of animals. And so the animal that she got was an alligator, and it turned out that the animal that was in the box was an alligator. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. What was really funny was the second lady, hers did not work. Her like random thing that she got with her timer actually gave her an elephant, and the animal that was in her box was an owl. So everybody was having a good laugh about the fact that like it didn't work, right? So it gets to me, and I told them, I was like, I'll do my best, and they were like, oh, it's not left up to you at this point. Like they were not really sure how the night was going to end. And they said I had to pick a number between 1 and 60, and I immediately picked 14. Like, I'm very I will say that if I am asked a direct question, like, I'm very fast with my answers. And the guy was like, hold on, like, you were too fast on that. Like, are you sure you want the number 14? And I was like, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And he's like, okay, but like, are you really sure? And I just kind of shrugged. It was like, okay, I'll pick 52. Like, that's fine. 52 is the number of cards in a deck of playing cards. Like that's fine. And so she turns to page 52, and it was a honeybee. And I was like, oh, holy shit. Like, I looked over at Keaton, and I was like, oh wow. And the lady who was running it, because it was a husband and wife duo, they were like, why is that interesting? And you don't put, I was the one who booked the show, and you don't put any personal information in it when you're booking it. Like, you're not answering any questions about yourself or your personality or anything like that. All I did was put that it was for Keaton's birthday. And so I was telling them about how I had studied beekeeping since I was about 15, and I have a great passion for bees. So I just thought it was neat that that was what showed up in the book. The bee was in the box. It was so weird. Like, it was really cool. Like, everybody had a good clap, and it was raucous applause all around that happened. I don't know what the animal. Oh, actually, no, they showed us. They showed us what animal I would have gotten if I had stuck with 14, because they told me that I could. They didn't tell me I had to pick a different number, and it would have been a pig. And I was like, how wild is it that I randomly picked 52, and it did actually happen to be the bee? Don't know how that happened, but it was really fun. So we had a good time, and I've got the bee as a souvenir. And Alicia says, I'm the complete opposite. I swear I have cursed teeth. So, I had a dentist years ago who told me that the reason why I haven't gotten any cavities is because, like, I don't know if he said it was like the cells or like the calcium or something that like makes up the density of my teeth is just so incredibly dense that it's difficult for the germs to like build up and penetrate in there, and that like not everybody has that, which is why some people are more susceptible to getting cavities than other people. So I mean, that might have something to do with it. And Angela says, that's freaky, Alex. So funny. I know, it was wild. Like, it was like, how fun. And Stina goes, cool. Cool. And Rob, yeah, given to B. So yeah, it's not, I haven't like named the little bee or anything like that, but it's up on my shelf up here. It's like a little souvenir. Keaton said that he had a good time. The guy who is the husband of the duo was kind of giving Keaton a little bit of a hard time at the end, because he was like, oh, I could tell you're a skeptic and whatever. And Keaton was like super friendly and nice, as he always is, like throughout the show. So I don't know why he was giving him a hard time, but yeah, it was, I don't know. It wasn't something that we would go back to, I don't think, because like we would be seeing some rendition of like probably the same tricks, and some of them I actually did figure out because I was trying to pay attention to how they did them throughout, and some of them I couldn't figure out, other ones I could, but it was pretty cool. Alicia says, the universe has spoken. It wanted you to have the bee. It's so true. I could have gotten a pig. And Jamie says, that's awesome. And Rob says, Bee the bee. Yeah, Bee would be a good name. Bee. But yeah, thank you for asking, Rob. I appreciate it. Keaton had a good time, and that was what mattered the most. And then we ended up going out for a nice dinner for his birthday on Sunday because my mom got us a gift card to a local steakhouse, which was super sweet and wasn't expected at all. But we had a really nice time. And here comes Keaton now.
Hi.
Hi, honey. But I will go ahead and get us set up for our final sprint of the evening. And I need to turn my lights on too. And the final sprint is going to be for 30 minutes, as is traditional. And I will also give you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Can be big, could be small, could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something you did 2 weeks ago because we didn't meet last week. So, whatever you want to talk about. It's just important that you acknowledge the things that you are doing, no matter what. So I've got 30 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading or whatever you end up doing. I might not get more reading done this sprint because I'm still chatting with my dad, but I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did not get any reading done during that sprint, so shame on me, but I know it's okay. I did at least get 60 pages of reading done tonight, so I'll count that as a win. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what have you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Stina says, I formed an LLC today. Go you! Yay, Stina! What is the LLC? What are you selling? And Jamie says, I finished 2 small cross pieces, one for a gift and another for a swap. Still working on the T-Rex though. So I think that's so cool that you do cross stitch. Actually, Jamie, you talking about cross stitch so often has had me looking up cross stitch patterns because I'm really curious about it. So if I end up starting that or, wanting some tips or something, I'll have to ask. Rob says, a friend told me about a woman that lost her job a month after getting her PhD, and she now has a DoorDash. She has a YouTube channel, and I sent her a donation through Buy Me a Coffee. So she lost her job a month after getting her PhD. What was her PhD in? That's terrible that she would have to DoorDash. That sucks. Zach says, I'm enjoying the Iron Garden Sutra. I'm about 82%, and I think you might like it. I found it on a German booktuber's channel called Bookish Franzi if you'd like her opinion. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. And also, Rob, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bypass right by the fact that was super sweet that you sent her money. So thank you for doing that. That was very kind. Okay, so Garden Sutra. Or Iron Garden Sutra, and then Bookish Franzi, which I'm fairly certain I've heard you talk about before. I feel like I've heard you talk about her before, unless I'm wrong. You said, the thing I'm proud of this week is I got to be the first one to buy Rachel D. Oates' new book. She's on YouTube and even made a community post about it. Good for you. That's super fun. I love that. And Kirsten says, there is a mentally disabled, unhoused woman who is usually around near my apartment. We have a good shelter that takes care of her basic needs. I've been finding extra cash in my budget for her so she can treat herself to pizza or a fun drink or whatever on holidays, inclement weather days, etc. And also just so that she doesn't feel invisible in her neighborhood. Her name is Yvonne. There are so many things that I appreciate about that statement, Kirsten. One, because you've seen her in person, in your life, and you didn't just ignore her. And the fact that you know her by name, that really humanizes her as a person. And I'm sure it means the world that you would take the time to not only get to know her, but try to offer her a small, human comfort that anybody should be able to experience. So that is incredibly kind. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Barry and I are watching another episode of Resident Alien. Have a terrific weekend, friends. Well, Kat's probably long gone now, but hopefully they're having fun with Resident Alien. And Stina says, it's a little early yet to say much about it. We've just started on this project and it may actually go nowhere. And that's okay if it does. Just saying. Whether it becomes a big thing or not, I'm proud of you for trying something new. And Jamie says, glad to enable anyone in a new crafty endeavor. Yeah, absolutely. Said I was able to get back to my physical book and made it to page 31. Great job. Rob says sociology. She worked at a nonprofit. She helped children and wrote a paper on bullying. So she worked at a nonprofit helping children and she got laid off and lost her job. I really hope that she can get enough support and get enough eyes on her that there would be another organization near her that would want to hire her for that kind of work because that work is so important. Sociology, that's so important. So thank you, Rob. That is so sweet that you saw her and went, that is not fair, and then wanted to help her. Angela says, I am most proud of having finished Lonesome Dove, which is a long book, and Major Pettigrew's Last Stand before our book club chat. Yes, ma'am. I also made it to 35% in my current book tonight. Thanks for sprints tonight. Well, thank you for coming, Angela, and you did an awesome job. Rep says, Chocolate Swan Fountain. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, I should probably ask my boss whether I could have a chocolate swan fountain if I really wanted, a little chocolate fountain with little fondue. He probably would say yes, unless he looked at it as being a health issue, of people being able to touch it. I mean, but if we serve food buffet style, like, is that really any different? Is it? I don't know if it is. I also don't know how you store the chocolate after it's been running. Like, does it just, like, solidify in the fountain and then remelts again? I have no idea. That might be too much work. I don't know. It might be fun question, though. Anne says, "I didn't panic when there was an active shooter at the hospital 3 blocks from our house." I'm really sorry to hear that that happened, Anne. A friend of mine, actually 2 friends, they're a married couple, ended up going to a festival recently, and Keaton was looking at the news. He's really good at staying up to date on the news and stuff that's happening just everywhere, but I mean, especially locally. And he was like, "Hey, there was a shooting at this festival." And I was like, "Oh my God, that's where they are." And he called Dylan, and I was texting Cody, just like trying to make sure they were okay. And they had been standing in the exact area that the shooting happened an hour prior. And they were only a mile away at a friend's house from the festival that they had just left. So they were like really close to it. And that was horrifying. And I was talking to him about it today, and I was like, you know, you hear about all of the like, all these shootings that happen on the news, and you never want it to happen anywhere, and you don't want any of it to be real, but there's something about when you hear about a shooting and you know somebody who is there or was there, like, that exact date, that exact time, that makes it feels so real, like, it's not just an abstract thing on the news anymore. And, so I'm just really sorry that you had to experience that. We, actually just had a guy in our neighborhood who is only, a street over from me, like, I walk by that house all the time. He got mad at his dad and is being charged with attempted murder and shot him. I don't the dad didn't die, amazingly, but yeah, he shot him, and he was like this is, like, right around the corner from us. So, it's just oh, yeah. You just I look all the time and I'm like, I just feel like things like that wouldn't happen where I'm at, and it just goes to show that they will happen everywhere. And Stina says, "Made it to 77% in my book. Good job." And Alicia says, "Put the kiddos to bed and cleaned up my desk. Thank you for sprints." Great job, Alicia. You were very productive. And Stina says, "Thanks for sprints in the chat. Good night, everybody, and good night to you." Jamie says, "Thanks for sprints. Always a delight to spend Fridays with this group." I agree. We have a good group. And Angela said, "I have survived 5 days since watching one of my favorite YouTubers literally die during his live stream on camera, which continued filming until after the EMS arrived." No. Oh my God, Angela, I'm so sorry. Oh, that's so scary. I take it he had just like some sort of unknown medical emergency. I have thought about that happening before because, like, I've heard of things like gamers that have been like on calls with each other and they'll like hear something and be like, "Oh, that's my friend. Like, I got to call the cops." And they're in like, in some cases, like a completely different country, you know, or a different state. And you said, "I've cried every single day." I don't blame you. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Rob says, "Good night, everyone." Good night to you, Rob. And Jamie says, "Oh my God, Angela." Yeah, I will be thinking about you, Angela, and I don't know who that YouTuber was. I'll see if I can find out some information. You said it was extremely traumatic, a heart attack, everyone assumes. Well, you take care of yourself, okay? Everybody take care of themselves. That's what I want you to do. That's what's really important. You know, spend time with family, call friends, whatever you got to do. Just like don't be alone when you're scared and sad about stuff, okay? And I'm around as well. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. If you're a father, happy Father's Day. If you're spending time with a dad in your life, I hope it's a wonderful time, whatever you end up doing. I'll be spending time with my dad. And I hope to see you all next week. He said he's from my grandpa's hometown. Oh, wow. So that probably makes it, yeah, feel even more personal. Bless your heart, Angela. I'll be thinking about you. Good night to you all, and I will see you very soon.